Okay, so this is the identity, not the ego. Huh. Interesting. Oh. In any case, hello everybody, welcome back. Frigid here as always. Continuing on here with Limbus Company. We're hunting down the white whale. Yar! Did a bit of grinding earlier today. It's kind of why the Encafelon's a bit low. The grinding also involved making some Encafelon boxes or modules.
소재가 준비됐어?
Huh, that's odd. Doesn't have fluid sac. The location, as marked by the pirate's blood, led us to the entrance of a club. Faint music could be heard echoing from behind the doors. So, this is the place? Any of us been to a loud, flamboyant deluxe dance club like this before? If I had to guess, my bet would be on you. Oh, come on, a flashy bar like this? At my back streets? I doubt it would have had much business back there. People would sometimes host secret backstreets parties, but Sonya somehow always caught on. So, why are we talking about this? Don't you see, Dante? Bouncers at the gate. Welcome. How many do you have with you today? 2. Come on, man. Don't you remember me? I'm on the list. Kind of hard to remember a face like that. It's very indistinct. My apologies. Please enter. Look, they're checking something with the guests before letting them in. Gotta squeeze in there all smooth somehow. Or you could maybe just make a distraction. Well, since Rodia's out, next in the line is... Oh, what, me? Hey, blather about. I'll smash your skull in. I'd take that as a compliment if I were you, Heath. Should I? Sorry to disappoint, my cynic was less about music and dancing, more about blood, loyalty, things like that. More of a small water hole, or an old pub bloke than a fancy clubber. Getting sloshed, drinking from old rickety tables. Yeah, that's more like it.
음악과 함께 울려 퍼지는 비명들, 피범벅 벽지, 꺾여 있는 관절로 춤을 추는.
Music, screams of fear and pain, deluxe, walls painted red with blood, dance, people with crushed joints forced to dance. Yeah, that's not a club. Well, I can't think of anyone else then. I've been to such a club quite often. You're joking. I am not. I fail to see why that is difficult for you to accept. It was merely one of the places I visited when I used to wander in search of life's joys. Cursory observation of their procedures reveals that it is, in fact, a private club. As a general rule, visitors must receive the bouncer's permission prior to entry. Most bouncers are of above average mass and likely to be armed. The elements to getting past the bouncers are... You'd be right if this was just any other club.
이스?
Is she? Ishmael walked past us and up to the club entrance.
이곳은 조직의 보스가 있는 공간. 당연히 일반적이지 않은 방식으로 입장하지 않는 방식도 있을 테고.
This is a home to a leader of a syndicate. The question you should be asking is, what are the other ways of entering this establishment?
그 답도 조직원에게 있겠죠.
Are you on the list? No, but I believe my friends are. Perhaps you know them. Franklin, Granton, Jackson. Flash the cash. One second, folks. Okay. I'm sure these lies with the syndicate member. Easy enough, right? What brings you here, if I may ask? I'm Queequeg's friend. Your whose friend? Queequeg. You recognized that name, didn't you? At the mere mention of that name, the bouncer's expression changed from that of indifference to disbelief. Wait. Kiss your mother with that mouth? The bouncer whispers something into the radio. Is he really going to let us in? Surely this isn't a friend of this Queequeg. What if I am? Where is Queequeg? It's the boss asking. Right, so your boss is in the club, huh? Asking, where is Queequeg? The twin hooks are on our way. I repeat, we are... I thought we were trying to sneak in. No. I just wanted to know if their boss was home. We should be able to get all the intel we want from them. Eh, boy. Spice it up a bit. That'll do. Oh, come on! There we go. Mm-hmm. Okay.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 투성이네. 뭔가를 준비하고. 총원 불격! 저놈을 죽여!
퉁퉁투성이네.
비뚤어졌구려.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
영원한 참으로 인도하지.
보자 너.
이제 깨우치시겠.
문장을 준비하고 영원한 참으로 인도하지.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Whoops. So does it shine blue, or does it glow green if you've gotten the EX reward? Or does it do that when you've cleared it?
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
와, 어느새
Whoa, I can't believe they're letting us in like this. Let's go. I had to correct him that the bouncers weren't letting us in, that they were either face down in some ditch or fleeing. We were just letting ourselves in. But I guess I wasn't in the mood.
헤이! 몇 명이서 오셨어?
Hey, you here with anyone?
13명이서 왔습니다.
Yes, I have 12 companions with me.
열?
12? There, get him. Sorry for disturbing you. Okay, everyone, let's do the famous Marlin dance of our beloved Marlin port. Arms out like this. Swing and lock. Swing and lock. Oh, what's with all the booming bass? Feels as though the sound waves are vibrating my entire brain matter.
다 앞에서 꺼지세요.
Get out of my way, or I'll be sorry. Ishmael swung her mace, shouting nearby table to pieces. That was more than enough for the clubbers to realize the seriousness of the situation. They quickly ran to the exit and vacated the club.
전투응대에 나선다. 전투 응대에 나선다.
이제야 완성되었나?
이제 깨우치시길.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
See, she gets sanity if she staggers an enemy, right? No, that's me defeating the enemy.
총원 불격! 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 질 데는 없다.
이제 깨우치시길.
총원 불격! 저놈을 추적해! 저놈을 추적해!
어머, 놀랐어?
There we go.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
삐뚤어졌구려.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 총원 불격!
Down he goes.
꿈을 꾸러 가도
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Oh wait, not that. That!
전투 응대에 나선다. 저놈을 추적해. 목을 콱 물어버리자고.
합격장.
저놈을 추적해. 영원한 잠으로 인도하지.
보자 너.
깨우치시겠.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 저건 이렇게 진리게졌다. 위에 확 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금의
It's one way to top up Ishmael's sanity.
완성되었나?
Sorry, Captain Ishmael.
불가 위야. 막아내는
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한테 조금 멀겠지만.
비뚤어졌구려.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
저놈을 추적해.
이제 좀 죄송해.
기세가 수그러 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
비뚤어졌구려.
꿈을 꾸러 가도.
가까워진다. 항해.
That's all of them.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Oh. Oh, bound to be better. Oh yeah. I knew that.
이거 참 설레는구려. 보자 너.
Now the C branch, the mutations they get is with their arms. So I'm guessing with the Mal branch, their mutations affect their legs. Especially considering all that leaping and dashing that Faust is using.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 알겠지만.
비뚤어졌구려.
There we go.
보자 너.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 기세가 수그러진 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 데는 없다.
이제 깨우치시게. 불가 위야. 막아내지 못하게. 이제 깨우치시게.
총원 불격!
몰랐어? 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 알겠지만.
I guess she repeated a few of the coins.
저놈을 수적해! 기세가 수그러진 반격의 기회다!
담겨 있지.
합격장. 가까워진다.
공격을 준비하고. 좀 치솟네. 어머, 놀랐어? 목을 콱 물어버리지. 이제 깨우치시게.
좋은 말 할 때. 당신들
You better tell us where your boss is before things turn ugly. Go drink some more milk before you start tossing around threats like that, laddie.
헛소리 아니에요.
I'm serious. Talk for the next getting smashes
머리통이.
your skull. Okay, let's calm down.
전장은 여기 없어.
Captain ain't here. It's hostages you're looking for. The first mate should know.
어디인데요?
Directions.
저쪽 복도.
The classroom. The end of that corridor. Go.
그쪽 말고. 입구로 나가세요.
What? That way? Get out of this club.
알았어. 미안. 야, 너.
Oh, kid. You're getting better at this, ain't you?
이렇게 칭찬받고 싶지 않아.
I don't want to get complimented for doing something like this.
조금이라도
I just
빨리 구해야 해.
we have to get to the hostages as soon as possible.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
이거 참 설레는구려.
요란스럽기도 해라. 어느 선장이 보낸
You're
거야?
certain you've certainly made a mess out of out there.
내 목에 또 그새
Tell me,
현상금이라도
who sent you?
붙였나?
Arrival captain. Are you looking to collect my head for the bounty?
당신이 여기 보스야?
So you're the boss here?
그래?
Yeah,
내가
I'm Smee,
쌍갈고리
first mate of the Twin Hook
해적단의
Pirates.
부선장 스미요.
Well, Smee never looked quite that good in any sort of adaptation I saw. That's for sure.
날 보고 싶어 했다며?
Heard you wanted to see me.
뭐,
What?
사인이라도
Want an autograph?
당신은 2인자라고 들어.
I'm last informed that you were the second in command.
우린 보스를 원한다.
You seek your superior. Tell us of their whereabouts.
후크 그놈은
Hook.
어디서 또
That
요즘
asset has to be drowning in bottles of fairy wine somewhere. 3 sheets to the wind.
그러니까 실질적으로
So I put it to run this joint.
지배하고 있는
De facto and all, you know.
그리고 이
And you gotta
한국에서
understand our
보다
predicament.
향수사업만 하기엔
The perfume business has never been the most lucrative venture at this port.
그래서
So we're just
이것저것
looking to
부엌
branch
일을
out.
해보고
A
있었지.
purely business decision devised by none other than yours truly.
이해했다. 너는 우리가
Understood.
원했던
So you
정보를
must
갖고
have the
있다.
information we seek.
우린 너희 조직이 확보한 것으로
We are in
보니
search of a certain individual held hostage by this establishment.
그 정보를
Hand over
내놓아.
the information regarding his whereabouts.
인질이라니
Hostage?
말
Oh,
너무
what a
험악하게
crude choice of
한다.
words. We prefer to call him our guest. Guest? Yep. Well then,
그럼
how about a deal?
퀵해그에 대한
Tell me
정보를
everything you
나한테
know about
넘겨.
Queequeg, and I'll see to it that the guest you're looking for is safely returned.
심지어 꽤
Besides,
거물이신
that guest of ours,
손님이라는데?
he's a big shot, ain't he? LC
팀장이라고
something's
했으니까
team leader?
그쪽에 퀵해그에
Oh, and what of
친구가
you's a friend of Queequeg, right?
퀵해그에 대해 알고 있는 걸 전부 말해.
Tell me everything you know about Queequeg.
지금 어디서 뭘 하고 있는지,
Why the heck does she want to know?
만나는 사람은 누구인지,
What she's up to, who she's with, the last thing she said to you. I want to hear all of it.
누가 이 거래에서
I'm sure there's no need to remind you who's got the upper hand here.
정말
Wish I could tell you, I really do. Oh, that sucks.
총원 불격! 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다. 민감을 준비하고.
불가 위압 막아내지 못하리.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
점 찍었네.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때.
Oh, come on!
을 반복한다.
Of course.
놀랐어?
저놈을 추적.
가까워진다. 함께. 이제야 완성되었나?
전투 응대에 나선다. 저놈을 추적해.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
합격장.
민감을 준비하고. 전투 응대에 나선다. 저놈을 추적해.
We kind of have to follow, can't it?
수그러지는 반격의 기회다.
느려졌네 저거.
좀 치셨네.
꿈을 꾸러 가도. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다. 저놈을 추적해.
느려졌네 저거. 맞추기 쉽고.
엄청 세상이네.
Whole lot of bleed. I was expecting a bit more from her. I actually feel a bit disappointed.
총원 불경.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
That's a quick wardrobe change.
완성되었나? 비뚤어졌구려.
엄청 세상이네.
I thought Spear was going to be a bit tougher than that.
잠깐. 나는 건드리면 안 돼. 너네
Wait,
진짜
you better stay away.
후회하게 될
Lay a finger on me, you'll regret it.
난 뒷배가 있어.
You have no idea who's looking out for me.
뒷배?
What?
그것도 무려.
It's- Don't freak
너무
out now.
겁먹지 마.
A big brother.
중지의
From the
작은
middle.
형님이야.
작형이라.
Oh, a BB.
게다가 킥해그라는
And this Queequeg,
여자.
I'm gonna put a pretty hefty bounty on her pretty head in case you didn't know. She not only dared to quit the middle, but also decided to fall off the face of the earth. Now that's what you call prime stupidity. Given that the middle never forgets.
할 말은 끝났죠.
Okay, are you finished?
잠깐.
Wait, really? You're still going to kill me?
저희가 어질렀으니
It's our mess. I'm not about to leave any loose threads behind.
중지.
It's the middle we're talking about. The middle! Don't you know who they are?
잠깐.
Wait, fine, fine.
알았어.
I'll tell you where your friend is.
그
The shipping container
너희 친구가
you're looking
적혀
for.
있는 컨테이너.
We keep our living hostages in shipping containers marked with a green triangle. And since he's a recent catch, you can go find him on the east side, probably.
최근 잡혀.
초록색 세모?
Green triangle,
그게 한 개가 아닐 수도 있을
What if
텐데.
there's more than one of those? What's in a different? What if it's in a different shade of green? What What if you're just lying to get out of a pinch?
알 수 있어.
You should be
알
able
수
to tell.
있다고.
You should be able to tell right away. I'm serious. Please.
들었죠?
There you have it.
방금의
I'd
키워드
say that's more than
정도는
enough
충분히 꺼낼 수
confirmation.
있겠네요.
Happy now, Sinclair? Sinclair was frowning, but Ishmael didn't seem to care. She stood there, rubbing the wrist of her weapon arm. It almost appeared as though she was measuring the amount of strength the strength needed to turn Swede's head to pulp in one fell swoop. Wait, killing her could cause us a lot of trouble. We know where the hostage is, and I think that's good enough. Let's head back.
설득할 필요성은 안 느껴져서요, 관리자님.
I don't feel the need to convince you, Major. Kindly get out of my way.
이런 거에 시간
I don't want to
낭비하고
waste
싶지
any
않아요.
more time on this.
맞아.
You know what else is a waste of time? Killing me. Why don't we just go on our merry ways, huh?
아닐걸. 시간
I
낭비.
disagree. Ishmael!
나 꽤
I can
재빠르거든.
be pretty fast. Ishmael's eyes were still lost and wandering. She swung back her harpoon arm, ready to strike, and before I even realized what I was doing, I was leaping in the way. Ah, hello, CG9. I'm at the ocean, so I can't hear you? Huh?
관리자님,
Executive Manager!
미쳤어요?
Dante, are you insane?
미친 게 누구냔 말이다.
You're the one who's insane. You dare lay your hands on our Executive Manager? Was insubordination not enough?
뭐
Smart choice.
만약 날
If you
죽였으면
killed me,
작은
Big
형님이나
brother or the
작은
big sister
누님까지
would have gone
왔을까?
after you. Oh, fishing. Okay. I recalled the time when the exact opposite happened. Ishmael leaped in front of me, taking the malfunctioning machine's bullets in my place, and called my name as her body liquefied. Did say I can't hear you. Like, as in you've got the volume down, or I have it too quiet or something? I guess that's probably a dumb question to ask. Though she had faith that my name alone could make everything right again.
방금 저
Did you
새끼를
just
감싸준 거예요.
did you just take a harpoon for that bitch?
조금만 더 옆으로
If I aimed
갔으면
a bit to the
당신
side,
머리가
I would have
터졌을
hit you in the
거라고요.
face.
시계
You
대가리요.
stupid clock face. Do you understand? Yeah, I do. You really did wet the heck out of that harpoon. This really hurts. What? Can you please stop it? You stupid goddamn quips! Executive Manager,
처자의
the
행동.
words and actions just now are more than enough to constitute a full-on
상관
mutiny.
살해에 직접
She made an attempt on the life of her direct superior.
더 이상 방관할 수
You can
없습니다.
no longer sadly by and watch.
관리자님이 직접
You may not
처리할 수
have the
없다니.
putative authority.
지금 당장
You must
윗선에
make a
낱낱이
detailed
보고고
report of these incidents and relay it to the higher ups of the company to discuss our future actions. It's okay, Otis. I chose to get in her way.
괜찮지 않습니다.
This is not okay!
주자는
That individual has consistently, repeatedly caused serious setbacks to our mission.
선을 넘었단 말입니다.
That, Executive Manager, is crossing the line. Otis, I said it's okay. I didn't take the harpoon for that woman. I took it for Ishmael. Huh?
이제
What?
아예
Did you flip a switch, decide to become humanitarian of all of a sudden?
지금껏 손에 피 한
Never
방울
had to
묻혀보지
dirty your
않고
hands with a drop of blood. Not even once.
오히려
You just sat back and ordered us to bloody hours in your stead.
이제 사람은
Now
더
you're
이상 죽이지 말자. 너희가 정신적으로
Oh, there's a lot of
문제가
wind.
있으면 좋겠다.
Yeah, that would do it.
그런
Now you're telling us to,
가슴
what,
따스한
ease up on the
소리라도 하고
murders?
싶은 거예요?
What are you even trying to say? That you don't want us to get traumatized anymore? Some touchy-feely shit like that? No, just my intuition. That probably wasn't very convincing, was it? No,
당연하죠.
of course not. Intuition comes from
감은
experience,
경험과
from
기억에서
memories.
시계 이전에 당신은
Remember Jack, no, all before the clock, Dante.
그
How could I trust your intuition? That woman, I think she's in a pretty important position of power, at least in this district. Killing her before thinking things through could complicate things.
반대로
Did it not occur to you that not killing her could also complicate things? I just think killing everyone in a way left and right like this won't help us in the future. In the future, huh? Sorry, I don't have any better explanation for what I just did.
앞으로라는 게
I don't know how far in the future you're talking about, but
적어도 제
I'm sure we have different things in store for us there, Dante.
단테,
Dante,
다시는 몸을
do not ever put yourself at risk in such a manner again. Did he just make a sale or something? Come on, that advice coming from one of you guys? Not very convincing.
그대는 12의 책임자이니
Responsibility of 12 lives are weight upon your shoulders, Dante. Thus you must watch yourself 12-fold.
또한 그대의 죽음은
Doubly so in that, should you perish, you do not possess the means to bring you back.
그리고
And
되돌릴 수 없는 것은
ones that cannot be brought back leave behind an unbearably painful void. His saying was right. My shoulder was in an unbearable amount of pain.
야, 시계 대가리.
Hey, alright, clockhead. Yeah, I'm good. The clock still works.
뭐? 아니,
What? That's not what Little bugger. Not all there either.
나간 놈이었나? 아니면 이제 이제서야 맛이 가버린
Yeah. Yeah, it would be a lot windier out on the water. Nothing to obstruct the wind. You know, what's up with it? Little bugger. You're not all there either. Maybe it just took you a while to lose it, eh?
우리만 문제일 줄 알았더니
Yeah, I thought we at least had one sane person on the bus, but you're no different. Heathcliff shook his head and walked away.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요. 이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Oops. I think all these shipping containers are full of...
뭐가 들어있을지는
Alright. Let's try not to linger on that thought. Well, they have a rather pungent smell. I tried my best not to speak about what terrible things the pirates might be holding in that mountain of shipping containers.
거기 누구냐? 여기는 어떻게 알고 온 거야?
Hey, who's there? How'd you find this place?
우린 이
Oh,
초록색
hey,
세모
we're
컨테이너만
just here to
열어보고
check out the shipping
갈게.
container with the green triangle over there and over here. And we'll be right out of your hair, okay? Let's take them out before anything worse happens to our agent. And a whole lot of story there.
불가 위약 마감의 상살이
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
놀랐어?
보자 너.
저놈을 추적해. 꾸러가리. 저놈을 추적해.
Because at this rate, Ishmael's SP is never going to go into the... is never going to get into the black. Or blue, I guess is the case would be.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요. 이제 깨우치시길.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다. 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지. 보았나? 저건 이렇게 진리가졌다. 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
이제야 완성되었나?
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테는 조금 멀겠지만. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한테는 조금 멀겠지만.
총원 불격! 기세가 수그러지면 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Alright.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동. 총원 불격!
참네.
총원 불격!
영원한 잠으로 인도하시. 이제 깨우치시게.
비뚤어졌고
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
점 찍었네.
꿈을 꾸러가.
저놈을 죽게!
전투 응대에 나선다.
기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회다! 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리겨졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
Flawless victory.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Yoink. I'll be taking that. Thank you very much.
이 컨테이너일 거예요.
This one. It's got to be this shipping container.
열면
And in here should be the LCCB team captain.
정말 죽는 줄
Yeah, I really thought I was done for.
저는 이번 작전에 투입된 LCCB 사전 건축 사업과 대리 파일럿이라고 합니다.
Name's Pilot. LCCB Preliminary Observation Unit 3 Assistant Manager.
당신 팀장이
Wait,
아니었어요?
you're not the team leader? But the pilots said they captured the LCCB team leader. Hey, I'm standing right here. What's up with the obvious disappointment?
구해주셔서 감사합니다.
Anyways, thank you for saving my life. I heard so many stories about y'all. The LCB, huh? What kind of stories, I wonder?
실제로
Happy to make your acquaintance, sirs and ladies. I've been a huge fan ever since I joined the company.
다들 표정이 왜들 그럽니까?
Well, this is gonna turn out to be a very real case of never meet your heroes, but not for the usual reasons. Oh, why are y'all looking at me like that? Long story short, there was a whole mess with this other guy who claimed to be a fan, so yeah, you gotta understand.
그리고
Oh, and I have a message delivered to you guys. Hey, I bet you guys are chaotically running around somewhere in U-Corp like headless chickens and messing everything up.
대파괴 시간이군.
No. No. Bad. Bad Ryoshu. We have to imagine this curse as being a rolled up newspaper.
아닙니다. 그게 아니라 그분의 메시지를 좀 더 생동감 있게
Wait, I'm just telling you the message exactly as she said it, intonations and all.
조심해야 해.
Watch out! Don't you think it might have been better to start with, and I quote, and tell us who this she is too. Abbreviations or missions are two completely different things. All this slight fledgling, just this once. Who she is? Well, of course, it's none other than Miss Manager Suede herself. Suede is alive? Manager? Did she get promoted? She's still in recovery, but after team arrived just in the nick of time and treated her wounds, saving her life. Glad it wasn't a posthumous promotion. Manager Suede wanted to beat all of y'all too, but couldn't make it on account of her being on a different mission. Whoa, hold up! She's still in recovery, but on a different mission? Unless I suppose the mission is to help facilitate her recovery, which I guess is possible. And again, this setting, how to put this, the companies in this setting are usually not so benevolent. I'm glad she's okay. Is Suede okay? Of course. It wasn't the smoothest recovery, but she's now healthy enough to eat some grub and hold a lengthy conversation. That's great, but I was asking because she lost her partner right before her eyes. Oh. I produced a piece of old folded paper and began reading from it. This is a reminder to all of the LCCB employees. We, the Before team, are assigned the paramount task of clearing the path before anyone else does. Every bloodied step, every flesh given becomes another stepping stone for your fellow Limbus company employees to follow into the future. That's the very first line from the new hire training guide we were issued. And I'm proud of it. I'm proud of the sacrifices we make. Most of my coworkers at LCCB just want to make a quick buck before quitting and say I'm the odd one. I'm gonna say I'm the odd one though. You're proud of sacrifice? Seriously? No, is she? What? You want starting whale flavored ice cream? No way, me too! Why don't we head out and get some together? Hey, let me go! Go! How are you so strong? I'd have to do with, it might be related to her having greater stature. Warrior grabbed Ishmael's arm and began practically dragging her outside. Well, just in case she gets into another fight. I decided to sneakily follow them from a distance. Ishi, I gotta stop bringing down the mood like that. We saved his life, didn't we? I understand that things are a bit rough right now, but let's be a bit more patient, okay? Rodion, that back there, that's just indoctrination. They're brainwashing him. No one wants to admit that they're just throwing themselves into a meat grinder, so they wrap that neatly into the name of self-sacrifice. I know. And why? People need a way to endure that reality, go on living somehow. Some people live from paycheck to paycheck. Sometimes they don't have a choice. True. Not to mention, there's, to a lesser degree, it's not exactly an example of someone throwing themselves into a meat grinder. It's more like how there's some work that can be just really grueling. Rather tough, physically demanding. Heck, my job could be like that sometimes. Not nearly to the degree that the LCCB employees have, obviously. But, well, my job has been hauling around metal. It's not uncommon for me to address some of the soreness that I have from my job by knocking back a protein shake after work. Works pretty effectively, too. Let's hear it to overzealous friend. My friend, how about that? Don't talk down to me like you're calling me some baby. We're not that close, Rodion. But I'll listen, just this once. Fine. Rodion seemed to have noticed that I was following them all along. She signaled me with a quick wink. And I was able to turn to where the other students were before they did. 'Tisn't justice that thou hast left me out of thine ice cream jaunt.
여기는 영 맛이 별로야.
It tasted like fish. Not with the walk. Maybe they put ground mermaid in there. Gosh, I hope not. I mean, if any of the stuff I've seen in fiction is needed, go buy ground. Actually, not just ground mermaid. Any kind of mermaid is not something you want to eat. Nothing good is gonna come from it. And it probably tastes nasty.
이렇게 많은 사람이 보고 있으니까
Boy, I'm nervous. What an audience, huh? What's that short for this time? I'm sorry?
빨리 말해달래요.
Talk. Or suffer the obliteration of forehead.
대가리 박살 내버리신다고. 알려주셔서 고맙습니다.
I appreciate you translating it. I feel a bit better. She reminded me a lot of our LCC before team director just now. Must be how the boss, huh? Where do I begin? It took us a hot minute to pinpoint the location of the Lobotomy Corporation branch housing the Golden Bow. Housing the Golden Bow, actually. Me and my teammates ran a pretty tight ship. But the Twin Hook Pirates of U-Corp actually caught wind of us sniffing around. Listen here, lad. This will be the cheapest bottle of oil in all the Great Lake, I tell ya. What? Hell, that's ridiculous. Y'all are telling me that this whale oil dubious origin is worth how much? Wait, yeah, no wonder. You pretty much antagonized them to their faces. Okay, in my defense, those fellows was about to rob us blind. I mean, couldn't you have just paid a bit of money for some intel, though? Well, anyway, after a thorough search, we identified the exact location of the Lobotomy Corporation branch with the Golden Bow. Did you find the Golden Bow? Yep, saw that fabled golden light too. Too bright, yet not too bright, was it? I had to see with my own two eyes to understand what that meant. What an incredibly incandescent glow that was, even from deep within the Lobotomy Corporation branch ship. Observation check. Confirmation check. All we had left to do on the docket was the report. Oh, our ship, by the way, was advanced reconnaissance to confirm the presence of a Golden Bow. Oh, our job. Okay. They say that plenty of advanced reconnaissance teams encounter abnormalities or get wiped out in the process. We're about to make our return journey, considering the mission a resounding success when. So those pirates followed you guys there, huh? Team leader Haru assured us that nothing was out of the ordinary and that these interruptions by opposing parties happened all the time. But. So, I don't really care what you're doing all the way out here on this creepy ship, but this gentleman here was rather curious about what business you guys were up to, so I tagged along. No objections, Pilot's face turned pale with fear for the first time since he started recounting this story. That's when I heard the weapon slip out of our team leader's hand and onto the ground. Team leader's an experienced field agent with a decorated track record. I've never seen her just give up like that. She ain't the kind to be so easily rattled. So I turned to look at her. The look at her face was... I say that was a look of resignation. Would I be correct in assuming that she had something to say at that moment? Mission failed, verbatim. What did she see? To immediately give up like that? An officer from the middle shouldn't be here. Again, verbatim. I'm guessing the guy had like a huge fancy tattoo that glowed purple. How'd you know? That's the very first thing I noticed about him, actually. That weird looking purple glowing tattoo. I thought the first thing would have been the golden chains. Who the heck does he think he is, Mr. T? Still, I thought that maybe, just maybe, we had a shot. Unit 3, after all, weren't no slouches. He had some impressive names with us. He didn't. And I do not recall much more after that. When I came to, I was on the floor, face down.
처음엔 아무
First,
소리도
I thought
들리지
I'd gone
않았다고
deaf and couldn't hear a
생각했습니다.
thing. You know when a bomb goes off right next to you, your ear starts ringing and all that? That would burst my eardrums.
저희
That wasn't
팀원들의
it, no.
고함과
It
비명이
was my team shouting, screaming, shouting, and screaming, and all of it combined into some kind of incomprehensible cacophony. Just couldn't register that at first.
그걸 구분할 수 있게
Once I
되니까
recognized that, I
그
also
소리들의
noticed
가장
a
밑바닥에
deep
무슨
rumbling echoing
울림이
underneath
있다는
all
것도
that.
깨달았습니다. 마치 지부 먼
A
발치에서부터
bizarre,
울려 퍼지고
trembling
있는 듯한
rumbling sounded like it was
울림.
echoing from a place far away from the branch.
기괴한
Bizarre rumbling?
예,
Yes,
마치
ma'am.
폭발 소리
It was
같았습니다.
almost like a distant explosion.
근데 그
It seemed
울림을
like others
구분할
were
수 있게
picking up on
된
that
게
odd noise
저
too.
마을 해적들도
The pirates
갑자기
suddenly started
이상하다는
acting all
듯이
nervous.
불안해했습니다. 심지어 그
And even the
중지에
big brother from
작은
the middle
형님이라
was
불리는
rattled.
자조차도
작은 형님? 너 확실하게
Everyone
들은
called him
거야?
the big brother? Did you hear that right? I guess there
아까
really was a
해적
big fish looking
부상장
out for the pirates.
네, 분명 그렇게 말했습니다. 작은 형님.
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear. They called him Big Brother. And was he watching?
그 낯짝들.
I wonder how those fools are doing nowadays.
돈이 될 만한 놈들만 챙기고 돌아간다.
Take only the high value hostages. We're leaving now.
저건 오재앙 중 하나야.
That right there is with the 5
이곳에
calamities.
다다르기
We have to
전에
book it
떠나야
before that
우리가
thing
살아.
gets here. We're all dead meat if we don't.
하나 더 기억나는 건
One last thing I remember is our team leader.
제가
Right before I lost consciousness, the team leader, she
제 가슴팍에
stuck her employee card badge to my chest when the pirates weren't looking.
그때는 이해가 안
Back
됐었습니다.
then, I didn't understand what she was doing. But now that I had some time to think about it,
막내인 제
she did that so I'll look more
몸값을
valuable. So they'll take me hostage instead of leaving me to die.
목숨을 건질 확률을
Me, who's just a rookie.
정리를 해보자면
To summarize, every LCCB agent was either injured or unconscious.
나에게는 없던 중지가 끼어.
Middle got involved out of nowhere. That was this calamity that even the middle was scared of.
파일럿이
Can
지부의
you give us the
전투를
coordinates
전달해
to the
주실 수
Lobotomy
있을까요?
Corporation branch, Mr. Pilot? Of course. Pilot produced a piece of paper that had been folded over many times and handed it over to Faust.
꼼꼼하게
It's all right there,
적어놓았습니다.
ma'am. Down to every last bit of detail you'll need. Hit it from them to the best of my abilities.
이렇게라도 드릴 수 있어서
Glad I was able to complete my mission at least.
잠깐만요.
Wait,
그 재앙 말인데요.
that calamity.
다른 특징 같은 건
Was there anything else about it that stood out?
있을 텐데.
There's got to be more.
흰색,
Pale.
분명
It was
흰색인데
white.
생전
Not
처음
quite
보는
color unlike anything I'd ever laid my eyes on before. It was towering and pallid.
거대하고 창백한 인상이었다는 사실만
rumbling.
기억에 남습니다.
I'm sure I've heard of it before.
아,
right.
그 특이점 있지
It
않습니까?
reminded me of U-Corp Singularity. That rumbling sounded a lot like them tuning forks when they combined stuff together.
그래. 거의 다 왔어.
Yeah, almost there.
저도 같이 가겠습니다.
Let me tag along with y'all.
어쩌면
I
지부
could be your
안내에도
guide in
도움이
the
될지도
Lobotomy
모른다.
Corporation branch.
LCCB와의 작전
Indeed,
동료
this was to be a joint operation with the LCCB where they were supposed to accompany us to the Lobotomy Corporation branch.
한테 어떻게
What is
하실
your
건가요?
decision, Dante? Tell him that while I appreciate his offer, I declined. People that get involved with us often don't make it out in one piece.
동.
우리가 너 살려준 거야,
I
짜샤.
just saved a life! Mate, show some gratitude! Thank you?
파일럿 씨는
Mr.
LCA
Pilot,
도착할
we remain on
때까지
standby
대기하시다가
until the after team arrives. Then return to base to report your findings. So they declined, huh?
함께하지 않- 역시 들은 대로 시계째 까기는 소리밖에 들리지 않으십니다.
Stories were true. I don't hear nothing but the ticking of their clock.
마음 넓으신 관리자님께서
Executive Manager, their endless generosity has also deigned to thank you for your offer. Remember that as you return.
알겠습니다.
Alright.
그럼
Well, then, best of luck to y'all.
그럼
That's
제가
all I
얻을
needed.
건 얻었으니까.
Bye. Ishmael was the first to leave the room. Well, this meeting was pretty short-lived.
저도 씨에게 안부 전해줘.
Say hello to Sway for us, will ya? And please tell her that I'm thankful. I'm thankful for what she did for us.
고마웠대. 저는
Back then, I couldn't bring myself to tell her even that.
꼭
I'll be
그러겠습니다.
sure to tell her that.
파일럿군.
I've
그래도
endured
잘
well despite the
견뎌줄 거야.
tribulations, pilot.
오, 이상.
Yi-san, how kind of ya!
누군가는
It appeared to me that he deserved such words.
저희 팀원들이
I want to see my team again. You're all so kind to me. Being the rookie of the team and all. Maybe they're survivors of the Bobby Corporation branch. Nope. 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 There aren't survivors there. Not if that thing showed up. Pilot's eyes, which had been welling up for a while, eventually broke like a dam. Tears flowed down his cheeks to the ground.
우리가 꼭 구해 보이겠어.
We shall bring them home. You have my word. And mine too.
이번에야말로.
We won't fail again.
파일럿이가 전달하신
I've examined the variable coordinates Mr. Pilot provided us. What exactly are variable coordinates?
저희가 찾고 있는
Ships beyond a certain magnitude, like the Lobby Corporation branch or the Runland ports, receive partial laws in the Great Lake in an encrypted form from the U-Corp. U-Corp holds a strict monopoly on the intel regarding the laws of the Great Lake within the nest. Of course, the vessels that receive that intel pay various prices for that privilege. Use that partial information to calculate at which location their vessels must be during which specific period to ensure a safe voyage, and finalize it into a standardized form known as variable coordinates. Port ships often send out their coordinates to other vessels, as they want to host as many guests as possible, but vessels that prioritize privacy and secrecy, like the former L-Corp branch in question, will never do so. So the Lobby Corporation branch we're looking for is kind of like a treasure ship, huh? There's gotta be a black market out there for people willing to pay big money for its coordinates. Impressive deduction. Also, unlike normal coordinates, variable coordinates are composed of lengthy and encrypted codes. Therefore, vessels sailing across the Great Lake start by entering the variable coordinates of their destination. Based on that information, said vessels will follow a certain route charted via the automated navigation system that periodically confirms the current location of their destination. Wow, that's a lot of big words. So basically, printed the information we got from Mr. Pilot here. We get somehow find a way into the Lobby Corporation branch.
유사가 관리하는 대우수를 넘어 외곽으로 가면 아무 쓸모 없지만.
It's useless in the waters of the outskirts beyond the borders of U-Corp. Indeed, the Lobby Corporation branch is within U-Corp's borders. We'll have no trouble analyzing the vessel's travel patterns as long as we have its variable coordinates. Gotcha. Let's get a move on. He's saying, and Sinclair nodded with determination. The other sinners followed suit and hurried on. Though I didn't catch a clear view, I think Ishmael nodded too. Be right back. And I'm back. Okay. We made our way past the mountains of shipping containers back to where we first docked. Saw Virgilius and Karen on a bench watching us approach. The latter of the two was clearly suffering from crushing boredom. Karon ate ice cream. It was cold but disappeared fast. Did it not have the putrid scent of the sea? Putrid? Karon doesn't know what that means. 'Tis a flavor not unlike licking a fish. Blonde girl licks fish. Funny taste. Karon, shudder. Something's happened by the looks on your faces. Explain. Allow me to explain. Upon our arrival at the promised location. That is none of my concern. I want to know what intel you have learned. Make it short. You know where the Golden Bow is? It's in the Lobotomy Corporation branch in the middle of the Great Lake. Of course it's in the Lobotomy Corporation branch. Did you learn anything else? You obtained his variable coordinates. I know what you're about to say. That's it? That's all you got? Or something? Just listen to the trouble we went through too. Oh, that's good enough. This makes me want to applaud you all. Oh my! Virgilius, there was... I know exactly what you're about to tell me. I will deal with it. Stay out of this. You look impatient, Ishmael. I see that our earlier consultation did not ease your anxiety. Of course not. I don't even know what's happening with my mission. We're wading blindly through a misty sea. And here we are, shoving our noses in everything, everywhere. It's driving me up the wall. Relax. You must know that no path is ever direct to the Great Lake. Did not expect this much lack of patience from someone who spent most of her life here. I assume the mess you've left the manager's shoulder in is also a consequence of your impatience. That's, well, clearly an unintentional mistake. If it wasn't, you wouldn't be sitting before me with your throat intact. Why do you fail to look further, Ishmael? By now you must have realized what awaits you at the end of this journey. That contract clause you're so impatient about is bound to make an appearance as long as you follow the manager's peculiar misadventures. Contract clause? Your combative attitude against the manager will only delay that inevitability. It happened 4 times. It's not a very big sample. Well, I'm glad at reading how these things usually flow. If you're so unsure about it, then fine. I won't let frustration get the better of me. I won't step out of line. Not any more than necessary. Ishmael, what happened. You'll still have to write up a form explaining your actions and the circumstances surrounding them. Gladly. As long as the guide is right. Have you brought us any ice cream by any? Bother not. I was merely curious of the famed ice cream of Marlin Court. I shall board the bus boat post-haste. I appreciate the effort he's saying. Your appreciation is more than enough. He's not going to answer me anyway, but what were you two up to? Dante is asking a meaningless question. Don't let them rub off on you, Dante. What was I actually supposed to bring a tub of whale ice cream for everyone? No.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동.
그
So, Ishmael, this Lobotomy Corporation branch is still a ways away. Why don't you rest up for a bit while I can? That's what we always do anyway. Or at least let me take the next shift. I've done my fair share of the night watches. Burger's Young betrayed his confidence. Ishmael didn't care. She wasn't going to move from her station anyway. Not even from the rocking of the ship? That's impressive. Ishmael looked like she was waiting for something to happen. Or maybe she was deathly afraid of something. She did not. She did not. Not even for a second. Leave the telescope, courtesy of Rain most likely, installed on the modified Mephistopheles. That's a good attitude, Swabby. Has been my long-held belief that letting your guard down is to let your comrades down. I asked Otis her thoughts out of curiosity, but she simply replied that Virgilius had already acted upon the matter. If the executive manager would not take action, then that was that. By the way, kind of as a quick note, not sure if you're still there, CG9, but trying to remember if Otis was the second to last or third to last of the sinners to introduce themselves to Dante, but I have a hunch that her story is going to be rather closely linked to Faust's. If you're familiar with both the Iliad and the Odyssey, you know that a major figure in the Iliad, she didn't have a very big role in it, but she had a huge impact, was that of Helen of Troy. Well, in the second tragedy of Faust, Helen of Troy comes up as a character. It makes sense in context, I'm sure. Plus, what's more is, well, anyone remotely familiar with the story of Faust knows that Faust made a deal with the devil. Well, I have a hunch that the head would probably be about the closest thing to a devil that one could make a deal with in this setting. Either that or Carmen. But I also have a hunch that the head is also gonna... They're gonna have a rather big impact in Otis's story. Again, this ties back to the Iliad. The whole thing that set the events of the Iliad in motion was, let's see. It's the wedding of Aphrodite and Hephaestus, and all the gods were invited there, except for Eris, because nobody wants chaos and discord at a wedding. Well, Eris showed up anyways, wasn't allowed in past the gates, so she throws a golden apple over the gates and says that it's for the most beautiful goddess. Well, naturally there's a lot of bickering about which goddess should get the golden apple, eventually ended up coming down to 3 goddesses. Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena. And in order to resolve the dispute, they end up going to Paris of Troy. And actually they each kind of made an offer. Hera said, "Oh, give me the apple and you'll become a king among men." Athena said, "Give me the apple and you'll be the wisest of all men." And Aphrodite said, "Give me the apple and I'll get you Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world." Well, we all pretty safe to say that you could figure out who he picked. But what's worth noting is that in the setting of Project Moon's games, well, Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena may very well be analogous to the A, B, and C corporation, which are collectively known as the Head. Specifically, Hera, seeing as she was the queen of the gods, would be much like the Head, A Corp. B Corp, known as the Eye, well, one might think that would be Athena, but I suspect it'd actually be Aphrodite. She was the kind. She was quite the head-turning beauty who would have all eyes on her, after all. But it's also in part because Athena would be much. I figure would probably be a lot. Would be analogous to C Corporation, the Claw. On account of the fact that while she was a goddess of wisdom, she was also a goddess of warfare, specifically tactical warfare. Considering that the Claw acts as the enforcers and the enforcer and that sort of thing for the head. Yeah. There you go. Plus, it's also worth noting that the Golden Bows, well, it could end up being, could be thought of as being sort of analogous to the Golden Apple from the story, so. Asked Otis her thoughts out of curiosity, but she simply replied that Virgilius had already acted upon the matter. If the executive manager would not take action, then that was that. She also explained that while she would not hesitate to clash with Ishmael again should the need arise, she would not continue this pointless tussle that only lowered the team's morale. I guess that's good enough. But we're in the middle of a lake. And as long as we stick to the laws of the Great Lake, I don't see us getting... I wonder what that was about. There! Ahead! Ishmael suddenly got up and hurried into the cabins as though she noticed something through the telescope. Attacked by anything. My bad. Time to drift again, redhead. It's too late to change course. That trick won't help us here. They went through the trouble of hiding themselves in an artificial fog of war. We're obviously the target. It's a matter of time before they catch up with this ship, now that they know our location. Deal with them as you will. Manager, permit us to board their ship. Are you sure that boarding their ship is the best course of action if we want to save our ship? According to my experience, yes. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Hope you'll continue to make wise choices like that. Sighed with relief as she seemed to be going along with me for now. Dad had took a few steps behind the other students and watched her. We'll hook their ship with harpoons, force them into a melee range. Somebody grab the helmet and turn it on my signal. That someone should be on standby, ready to shut the engine off at the right moment. Hey you! Bring some extra rope. You, wait for her signal inside the wheelhouse. Ishmael's explanations were rapid and confident. Otis nodded along affirmatively. The other students were quick to follow their instructions. Watching Ishmael throw her razor-sharp harpoon toward the pirate ship, I started to feel that something was off. There they were, the sinners, working so well together like clockwork. But underneath all that, maybe all that mattered to them was their own goals. I was wondering if all the times I've spent thinking, hoping and contemplating about our futures together were pointless. This thought lingered for a while in my head. Ah, heck. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
전투 응대에 나선. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다. 저놈을 추적해.
좀 추석네.
가까워진다. 항해의 끝.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만. 어머, 놀랐어?
잘했군. 저놈을 추적해.
No.
전투 응대에 나선다.
틈새 바로
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 기세가 찌그러지는 공격의
좀
기회다.
추석네.
총원 불격. 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
이제 깨우치시게. 오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있게.
Considering the part of the game that I'm going through, I suppose it's fitting that you've taken a fishing trip today, CG9.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동.
God dang.
점 찍었네.
You gotta be kidding me. And it makes sense that a lot of these ring pointillist types, for that matter, a lot of the officers of the ring would be really dangerous. After all, they wield a brush with death.
총원 불격! 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
몰랐어?
완성되었나?
공격을 준비하고 불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 짓이겨졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
놀랐어? 목을 콱 물어버리자고. 깨우치시게.
저놈을
가까워진다.
전투 응대에 나선다.
이제 깨우치시게.
저놈을 추적해! 기세가 수그러져 잘했군! 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다!
가까워진다.
쉴 새는 없다!
항해 끝.
우리가 넘어갈 생각이었는데 이런 야비한 자식들.
You crafty bastards! We're going to board your ship first!
우리가 좀 바빠서 말이야.
We've got places to be, things to do, okay?
혀놀릴 생각보다는
That's my
반대로
question.
하는 게
Lie or flap your gums meaningless and I'll tear the lips off your mugs. Speak. Who said your plockers after us? We can't let someone who dared to lay a finger on our first mate leave in one piece. Your very breath being shamed to our syndicate. By Captain Hook's orders, you won't leave here alive. Ha! Ain't that bloody marvelous? I like seeing a good camaraderie. So what did I say about flapping your gums meaninglessly? I think that's alright, us. We don't tend to fit these stupid sets of bachelors.
끈질기네 이것들. 기껏 부선장을
What a
살려줬더니
clean
고마워하지도
bunch. We
않고.
spared their first mate's life, and this is the thanks we get?
씀이 그 사람이 말한 게
You think this is
이걸까요?
what Smee meant? That we'll regret if we...
아니야.
No,
치라는 건
don't you run out whining. That's not from shame.
함께했던
All of your
동료들이
mates lay dead, consumed, manipulated, and led into a meat grinder by a collective insanity of a mad woman.
유일하게 들리는
You look at that
소리라고는
endless void world where the only sound is the beating of your hearts.
잠깐. 그리고 그 꼬락서니 속에서도 살아남고 싶다는 박동이라는 걸 알아버린 그때.
So how many people did she kill or mutilate or both? Possibly in that order. While she was giving that rant. When you realize that, her heart continues to beat because it's still desperately, pathetically clinging on to life. Despite all that, that's when you'll feel true shame. Hey, wait, look at the sorry state of your boat. I can hazardly have no clue what you're doing out here.
나를 살려주면 다 말해줄게. 그리고 그분께도 이야기를 잘 들여보겠어.
Spare me and I'll tell you what you need to know. I'll even put in a good word to the boss man for you. Nothing to lose here, eh, alas? You don't have anyone to put in a good word if you kill me. If I get through to you, spare me, you just might sail out of this lake with your...
이런 의미도 없는 뻔한 말을.
I'm tired of listening to these inane, meaningless pleas.
방금 저게 마지막이었죠?
That was the last one, right? Let's go back to our ship. The ship was still as death. The sails fluttered a forlorn dance to the winds.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Quite the patchwork lake, ain't it?
이거 참 설레는구려.
So, something's been bothering me. Just the one thing? Wasn't it weird how they all seemed so certain? That if we kept going this way, we'd run into some other huge disaster?
특기할 점은 아닙니다.
There's nothing of note, Manager, but a byproduct of their firm belief in their advantage over us.
그것보다 특이했던
I've
것은
observed an oddity, however. They had installed numerous spikes on the lower side of their ship's hull.
백끼리의 충돌을 대비한 것 아닌가?
Are they not for running it into other vessels? I've heard that such tactics were occasionally used in naval combat.
감각을 노렸다기에는
Installed far too low in the water to be useful as a means of ramming another ship. Extrapolated from the metal's level of corrosion that the spikes, concentrated on the keel of the boat, have been installed recently.
배 밑바닥을
How'd you
보았다고?
see the keel of the boat?
가까우니 맑아서
The water was clear up close as they appeared from a distance.
밑에서 무언가가 올라오려는
Maybe they're trying to stop something from climbing up to the ship? Can't imagine that any fish would swim blind into the keel of a boat. And not birds crashing into windows.
별거 아닐 수도
Even
있잖아.
birds don't crash into windows too often.
같은 거 잘 믿는다며. 그런 장식 아니야?
Well, not my experience anyway. Maybe it was nothing. You know how superstitious pirates can be. What if it's a good luck charm? It's not just pirates. Any kind of sailor, really. Maybe you should let assistant manager pilot tag along. Know anything about this, Frau Faust?
관련된 정보는 아직
No
업데이트되지
pertinent information
않았습니다.
has been updated.
호수의
The
규칙을
most we could do is to ensure
유념하여
that we do not violate any laws of the Great Lake. Thus continued our journey to the Lobato Corporation branch with the variable coordinates pilot gave us. Paranoia of the unknown weighing heavily on our shoulders. After an indeterminate amount of time,
오티스,
we'll have to steer the ship port side.
뭐?
What? Otis, who's looking out ahead from the bow of the ship, whipped around. Whatever Faust said seemed to have hit her unexpectedly. Hey, it hasn't been an hour since you told us that we'll have to cross the zone in a straight line.
예측했던 속도에 도달하지 못했습니다. 이대로 이 구역을 벗어나게 되면 다음 구역의 파도를 맞이할 겁니다.
We're falling short of our target speed. At our current rate, we will be struck by the next zone's waves as soon as we exit here. Is that the damned law of this zone?
맞습니다.
Indeed.
해적과의 전투가
Though our
빠르게
encounter with the pirates was rapidly resolved, we still fell behind schedule. The variable coordinates now points to a different route. How much time are we gonna have to waste here?
안내대로라면
According to the variable coordinates, the necessary roundabout path will cost us 3 more days. Otis bit her lip with discontent before suddenly turning in my direction.
관리자님, 이번 작전의 속도를
Ow.
증진하는 것과 더불어 관리자님께서 중하게 여기셨던 LCCB 대원들의 구출 및 신병 확보 확률을
I had a bit of a okay. I just had a bit of a thought. So there are, I think they tend to be called seaplanes, something like that. And by all accounts, in this setting, it would be possible to have a really large seaplane that could basically be that would essentially be something of a flying boat. On account of the fact that it could just take off from. It would be a rather large ship that could just take off from the surface of the Great Lake. So if if someone had something like that in the setting of this game, would it also have to adhere to the laws of the Great Lake, provided that it was on the surface of the lake and not flying over it? Or is it like some kind of thing where it's like if it's at a low enough altitude, it still has to abide by the laws of the Great Lake? Or for that matter, if it was something that could transform like the Mephistopheles can. Executive Manager, I have a genius plan. A plan that will not only accelerate this operation, but also increase the chances of securing and rescuing the lives of the LCCB agents. If we were to waste 3 more days at sea, there is very little guarantee for their well-being. Well, what's the plan? We keep going forward. With that, I would slowly raise the acceleration lever.
뭐라고요?
What?
제정신인가요?
Are you nuts? We'd be sent right into the waves. You know that.
그 파도에 대해서는 나도
I know what the waves are, Swabby. I'm not as ignorant of the Great Lake as you might think. You've had plenty of experience weathering conquering waves as well, haven't you?
그야 당연하죠.
Yeah, but that's because they were unavoidable. Because we lacked enough information to take the roundabout path. We've never sailed knowingly into the waves before.
하지만 이겨냈던 거지.
But you still prevailed, didn't you?
심지어 지금처럼
And that was when you didn't have someone to bring you back. I say that this is well within our capabilities.
더불어
Besides, there's the added benefit of accelerating our mission, and the higher possibility of rescue that the executive manager and a few underlings wanted.
이스마일.
It was clear to me that you, Ishmael, weren't so happy with how slow our progress has been. What is it? Did you suddenly gain a yearning for a 3-day sunbathing break? Instead of responding to Otis's sarcastic remark, Ishmael squinted in the direction the boat was speeding in.
물결, 냄새, 속도, 색깔. 회전 중인 흐리고 비린 청색 호수. 직접 겪어본 호수는 아니지만 저 호수의 파도에
The
작살난
tides,
배들은
the
많았다는
odor,
건 알아요.
the speed, the color. That lake over there is the blue whirling lake of murk and fish reek. I haven't suffered its waves before, but I know many ships that have. Many of which are now lying at the bottom of that lake.
되게 우리가 되지 않으면 될 뿐이다.
Fine, as long as we don't join them. What if we just want to take a quick look? If we feel it's too much for us, we could just go back the way we came from, right?
다시 돌아간다고요?
Go back. There is no such thing as going back in this lake.
어떻게 할까요, 단테?
Your decision, Dante. Let's try following Otis's plan. Understood. Crossing the zone's borders to the target
지정한
lake.
호수로
You've got to be kidding me. Otis, you better be right. As soon as those words left Ishmael's mouth, there was a flash of the sky. Thunder? It's really starting to pour
태풍의 눈깔
in the
아니다.
eye of a storm. Wait, but the sky was clear just moments ago. How could this...
이미 파도가 밀려왔다는 거예요.
The waves are already here, manager. That was an entertaining display. Karam, it seems like a good opportunity to test that function.
버티기 모드.
Okay, switching to endure mode. It just made the ship longer? That's when reality began to sink in. What happens to, and what will happen to everyone and everything that entered this lake without preparation for what's to come. What do we do now, Ishmael? It's this adage that every greenhorn sailor at the Great Lake hears before they set their first sail. There's but one thing that you can count on if you find yourself in an unfamiliar lake whose waves are alien to you. A colossal wave rises to its crest before us. Sick. Ready your weapons if you want to delay the inevitable. It's not your sailing prowess, your far-seeing eyes of a pathfinder, or the unbreakable bond between you and your mates. Many sailors fail to endure this trial, and instead choose to become sacrifices to the depths of the lake. Something's climbing onto our ship! Trust nothing but your own resolve to hold steadfast in the face of terror, in the face of calamity. Though the raging lake may remain indifferent to the will of your meager existence. Oh crap, it's Murlocs! Wail of the porous-handed mermaid. Starting to get that sinking feeling.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만. 목을 콱 물어버리자.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
깨우치시게.
Oh, that's a big one. Soldier Mermaid.
찍었네.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 저건 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승부가
to think of it, what if submarines also have to adhere to the rules, the laws of the Great Lake? Probably. Although in the case of submarines, there might be more laws they have to follow. Assuming that there are any submarines that go out on that venture out onto the Great Lake. Prospect of doing so is something that I can't help but be reminded of Sunless Sea. Specifically some of the kind of eldritch crap that's in that setting. Like Mountain Nomad. Or The Constant Companion. Words come to mind to rightly describe that creature. That unfathomable entities inhabiting the depths of the lakes are called whales. Those that emerge from them are called mermaids. That's the whale of the porous hand. I was really hoping to avoid that one. Is that one of the whales they were talking about at U-Corp? Do mermaids raid ships too? I read about them once as a child, but these don't look anything like how they did in the books. Mermaids. I still remember that the horrible bedtime stories my brother used to tell me about them. So, I make perfumes out of these things. Archie, isn't this a good time for you to lend us a hand for once? Really? That's the guy who practically spected like a bison when we got slaughtered back at K-Corp. He didn't even blink. He did wave at us though. But I couldn't wave back because my wrists were getting snapped in half. Honglu, has anybody ever told you that you're a bit weird? Of course, I would sadly buy as Mephistopheles sinks, if it ever comes to that, but I know that I will take action only under a very particular set of circumstances, which all of you are decimated. The enemies have crushed the manager's head, and are about to tear the hands off that clock. Are you serious right now? Dante, I can't allow them to take the company's precious assets right before my eyes now, can I? So I'm afraid that you won't see me step in before every single one of you are dead. Mr. Guide, are you really as good as they say? Maybe the stories about you were just tall tales, you know? That's... No, do not! Oh yeah, that's just not... Two previous victims of Virgilius interjected, albeit in hollow voices to you, but Bodia's rather dangerous remark. So either take them out, welcome them aboard with open arms, or whatever. I'll leave it up to all of you.
이번엔 성적이 좋았군. 하지만 머나먼 고래에 닿기 위해서는 아직도 부족하다. 다시 가스터빈을 점화한다. 그리고
이거 참
There you go.
설레는구려. 점 찍었네.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에
Vomit
있다.
froth, huh? Huh. I wonder if that's actually meant as a reference to ambergris. Ambergris is this stuff that's... Actually, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. But it's this stuff that's often used to make perfume. It's basically whale vomit. Really expensive. I mean, it's some really expensive stuff too, but it's basically whale vomit.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
점 찍었네.
저놈을 추적해. 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
놀랐어? 누가 목숨이야?
완성되었나?
Man, it's got a lot of health. Oh. I thought I said oops strike. At least for bed, I thought I said that.
전투응대에 나선다.
비뚤어졌구나.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
불가 위야 마감의 전사이
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
Yeah, I guess I won't need that ego after all.
총원 불격. 저놈을 추적해.
가까워진다. 항해의 끝. 가까워진다. 항해의 끝.
More?
전투 응대에 나선다.
합격장.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다. 하! 총원 돌격!
이 전투는 승리할 거예요. 틈을 끊어 바로 이거거든요.
완성되었네. 가까워집니다. 항해의 끝.
How many
남았죠?
left? None.
그럼 이것이
This is the
마지막이겠네.
last one. There's something off about those mermaids that crawled out of that whale. Feeling not so different from looking at an abnormality or a distortion. Mermaids. Were they human once?
제 설명이 부족했겠네요.
I guess I should have explained better.
단순히 밑바닥에
Not every creature that lives in the depths of the Great Lake are called whales.
고래라는 것들은
Whales specifically refer to
호수에서
everything in the Great Lake that can parasitize humans.
고래가 인어들을 낳는
And
거죠.
whales give birth to mermaids. And where did the mermaids come from?
파도에 밀려온
They're
고래의
people
낳힌
devoured
거예요.
by whales that came with the waves.
우리도 비슷한 꼴이
There's no
될
guarantee
수도
that we won't meet the same fate.
알겠죠?
See,
어쩌면
now you know why you could turn
관리자님이
why you
되돌리는
could turn the clock all
아무
day
소용이 없을지도 모른다.
and fail to bring us back. I see now. The waves will be unrelenting, unabating. And Ishmael, who'd already weathered and braved these endless crashing waves, was starting to snap, strand by strand.
내게는
I have
반드시 이뤄야 할
a mission that I can't fail.
그걸 방해하는
And
것들을
I'll kill everything that stands in my way.
곤두박질 치면서
Even if
부서지는 한이
it,
있더라도
even if I were to stumble,
도달할 것.
even if every part of me were to fall apart, I'll see it through to the end.
집념과 투쟁시.
Determined and ferocious, both good attitudes to have when setting sail on an adventure,
본격적인 항해.
because our voyage is just getting started. Well, it looks like we're almost to the border. What the heck is with that? Also, is that a floating island? Oh, wait, is that Port Marlin? What's with that one? Is that the Kraken? Now what's with that?
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Whoops. That's one big freaking ship.
호수의 물,
The lake.
호수를 바라볼 때마다
When I look into its waters,
물렁이는 모습에 내가
I see my shimmering reflection.
호수가 아무리 달라져
Maybe I'm just as refracted, twisted like my reflection in the water. Doesn't matter which lake we're on. It always looks so warped, so unstable. I happened upon Ishmael's musings around the time we were on our way to the elusive Lobotomy Corporation branch of the Great Lake. It had been a while since our last disastrous incident.
호수에 비춰온 뒤틀린 모습.
Maybe my disordered reflections were just me. Even from a distance, it was evident that Ishmael was gazing down at her own reflection in the water. I rested my wandering feet and decided to watch her for a moment. I wanted to see what Ishmael was looking at together.
손에 피가 맺혔어.
My hands were peeling, bleeding.
소금물이 들어가서 쓰라렸고
Salt water seeped into my gaping wounds. It hurt so much, so much that I thought I might faint if I didn't let go.
놓을 수 없었어.
But I couldn't.
무엇을 놓고 싶지 않았다고.
What was I holding on to?
관리자님, 와보셔야겠습니다.
Executive Manager, there's a matter that requires your attention. We are approaching our next coordinates. Okay,
저도 보죠.
I'll go see too. Ishmael woke from her introspection and straightened herself. She strode toward us.
앞에는 뭐가 있죠?
What's up ahead?
눈앞에 보이는 것과
The radar's caught something.
레이더상에 잡히는 곳.
We have visual on
한쪽
a solitary ship.
그리고
And it looks like we have 3 hours to kill before we're allowed to move on to the next lake. Unless the executive manager would authorize us to weather the waves once more. No, Otis. The losses were worse than I anticipated. And remember what Ishmael said. We were extremely lucky the waves that came for us. It was a relatively manageable one.
명령하신 대로
Yes, executive manager. Thanks to Otis, who quickly abandoned the idea, the sinners and I could observe this new vessel with somewhat lighter hearts.
다행히 해적선으로 보이지는 않아요.
What a relief. That doesn't look like a pirate ship. That's... Whoa! Whoa! That is a mini cruise ship over yonder! Veritable party ship! A vessel of partying! I got a bad feeling about this. Even from this distance, I could see the colorful balloons and banners decorating the ship.
난 파티가 정말 좋았어. 거기서는
None shall be vexed, no matter how I frolic at a party. Naught will pay mind to how I leap and run and shout in there. What joy, is it not?
애를
Virgie,
얼마나
go easy on the
부럽겠어,
girl,
이렇게.
why don't you?
아,
But,
저런 데에서는 보통
I'm sure they sell
특산물이
local
없는
delicacies
데가
there
없는데.
too. Liquor, treats not found anywhere else in the
거기서
city. Gordy and Don Quixote both shot twinkling glances in my direction, then at Virgilius, then back at me. Virgilius shrugged. Whatever he decided to do here was none of his business. Well, maybe they can tell us something about the nearby Lobotomy Corporation branch, or maybe they know something about the LCCB agents. Don Quixote was rhythmically swaying her shoulders. Maybe she's trying to imitate the Marlon dance she glimpsed back at the club. Heave-ho! Allow me to ask thy company a few questions! The faintly blaring music was the only response from the ship.
이 음악 때문에 안 들릴 수도 있겠어.
Maybe they can't hear us over the music.
요새 음악은
Music these
지나치게
days
시끄러워서
are just too loud for me.
건너가서 물어보고 그렇게 빠르겠어.
How many fast we just head over there and ask them in person? I guess we can quickly stop by and ask them a few questions. We had 3 hours to kill anyway. Might as well make ourselves useful and collect some intel. Ishmael shot a glance at Virgilius before staring at the floor wordlessly.
저 배가 누구의 배인지 어떤 일을 겪은 배였는지를 정확히 모르는 상태에서 간다는 것은 무모한 짓이라고 생각되지만 관리자님이 그렇게 생각하셨다면
I'd say it's a reckless idea to just roll up to a random vessel we don't know anything about, like its owner or its history, but if the executive manager insists...
네.
Sure, let's stop by.
저거는 또 갑자기 OT
Well, that was a very honest thing to say, isn't it?
이렇게 하기로
It's just the
했을
attitude I decided to adopt.
이제 이 보트를 사용할 수 있게 되었군요.
Now this boat will come in useful.
이건
This
뒤집어질
boat
염려는
not
없는
capsize. Should it
구명조끼나
pack some
튜브는
life
안
vests or a
넣어도
buoy? By the time all 13 of us squeezed our way in, the skiff was absolutely packed and precariously swaying. Some suitors' faces darkened with concern. Don't worry, guys. Even if you all drown, I'll bring you guys right back. All right as rain. Just kidding. Right then, drink responsibly, everyone. And a mariner that was extremely out of character, Virgilius waved at us. Does he know something that we don't? Meh. Free lunacy is free lunacy. Still don't see anyone on the deck.
기다려보시오. 내가
Wait but a moment! I shall make use of my lungs to howl a bellow so powerful that they have no recourse but to heed us. Hark! Shut it, you'll burst my eardrums! My way, is it okay if we just barge into a yacht party like this? I don't have the, an invitation or anything like it either.
주눅들지 마 그래.
Puff out your chest, Greg. The more the merrier, right? They'll understand.
다치고 나발이고
I couldn't care less about a party.
정보집이에요.
We're here to gather intel, wasting more time, and I'm leaving you behind. Oh, this place really is fancy. Numerous liquor bottles and half-eaten food were strewn about haphazardly all over the deck.
바로 직전까지 이 자리에서 파티를 벌이고 있었던 것으로 보인다.
And you don't find that suspicious? It appears that this party must have ended very recently and abruptly.
안쪽에 불이 켜져 있어.
Ah, I spy a light shining from the ship's interiors. I shall go swiftly like the wind and verify its sources. Don Quixote, running on sheer excitement for a party, scuttled to the cabins. Well, that's one loudmouth gone. Len. Heathcliff slammed his fist into the loudspeaker that's been blaring music this entire time.
이제야 살 것 같네.
Blimey, that's a relief. The eardrums are about to burst. I decided to remain silent. The music was pretty loud. Well, it's all quiet up here now that the music's gone.
그러고 보니 지금
Oh,
상황과
this reminds me of a
비슷한
similar
이야기가
story my nana
생각나네요.
used to tell me.
유머가
It's an old
해준
story,
옛날
but...
이야기.
Don Quixote returns with a dumbfounded expression on her face. There was not...
먹어? 음식?
What?
술?
What was not?
아니면 둘
Food?
다?
Drinks? Both? There was no one. Yet, the lights were left on, with nary a soul to be seen inside.
방금까지 파티가 있었던 게 자명한데. 사람 하나 없다는
Ridiculous.
말이
It's clear that here
된다는
moments ago, a large group of people were having a party at the deck. How could there be no one aboard?
진짜요?
For truth! Mayhaps they were busying themselves with the game of hide and seek?
이런 모임에 모일 만한 사람들이
Can't imagine that the crowd left all these liquor bottles behind would be the kind that enjoys playing hide and seek like kids at a party.
그럼 사라졌다는 건가요? 여기 사람들이 전부 그러면 이미
So
파도에
what, they just vanished into thin air? Like they were... Wait, did the waves already...
다른 가능성을 둔다면
There's one remaining possibility. The ship's storage space.
그런데 파티를 하던 사람들이
I assume that these party people left all this uneaten food and liquor behind just to huddle in a cramped storage room?
아, 네.
Oh, I remember now. Yes, the story went just like this.
성대한 잔치를 한다는
Once a huge manor
뜻이었고,
sent out invitations for a grand party, but when the guests arrived, they found the manor vacant and engulfed in deathly silence.
저희 올해는 다시
How about we get the
들을까요?
music going again?
라디오 작살냈는데?
I smashed the radio, lad.
이게 파도에 당했던 배라면
If this ship was struck by the waves, we have to get out of here now.
네, 열려 있는 어떤 방에서
Then boom, boom, banging noises coming from behind a door slightly
들어가
ajar.
보았더니
So of course they went in there to investigate, and
들어가 보았더니
사람들이 두 팔을
and
통째로
there they were,
시체같이
bodies as stiff as
뻣뻣하게
corpses in
껑충껑충
rigor mortis,
기어오르면서
arms stretched forward, hopping up and down. Sounds like Jiangxi. Oh, that's. I think I'll go check out the storage space.
싱클레어군.
Sinclair, wherefore art thy palms so sudden?
체질이에요.
It's genetics. Sinclair hurriedly left the room in search of the ship's storage,
추는 춤이 한때
which was
유행
the dance that was all the rage
이야기였습니다.
back then, apparently.
춤이라는 거는 정말
The art of dancing must surely be an art of great profundity.
별 이야기도 아니었잖아. 괜히 기대하게 만들고 말이야.
Oh, that's some damp squib. I thought it was actually going somewhere.
본인은 틀림없이 다시
I
살아
thought
움직이는
with quite the
시체의
confidence that this would be a
이야기일
tale of the living dead.
괜히 애 겁주기는.
Now, what'd you do that for? You scared the kid off. Where'd he go? We'll go find Sinclair. Ah, battle. Now we're getting somewhere.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
It's pretty dark in here. The hallway to the storage was significantly narrower than the party deck. I had nothing but faint, occasionally flashing lights to guide me through this dark hallway. I decided to proceed carefully. Seriously, this place is way creepier than where Hung Lu was going with his story. Sinclair, you there? I wasn't sure where these water droplets were falling from, but they were really getting on my nerves. I don't see anything here. Not that I could in this dark, even if there were. All I see is a very faint ray of light and Sinclair? And Sinclair. It seemed to me that he'd been standing here for a good while. Exactly how long, I wasn't sure. Gee, what's with those dark spots? Sinclair stood there, still like death. He looked up. What are you looking at? Now that I'm in here, I noticed that there was something funny about the ray of light. It seemed that the light I saw was from a lamp or something, but no. It was just there, surrounding the general area where Sinclair stood. There was no light source. So the light's shining in from the outside. Maybe? No, that doesn't make sense either. We're deep in the ship's storage. A big metal box with no opening for even a single strand of natural light. Besides, it's nighttime. This is getting more and more bizarre by the second. Where is this light coming from? Sinclair, we gotta get out of here! Run! Now! Come on! Fear of the unknown intensifies, but I sought to fight every bit of common sense that I had accumulated over the journey. I had to get Sinclair out of there. He snatched and tugged his limp wrist. Come on, wake up! This seemed to have done the trick. Sinclair suddenly snapped back to reality and began screaming. He bolted out of the room. That wasn't there before. Oh, the lad's lost the plot. What in the bloody...
공중의 사람이 공중의 사람이 공중의 사람이 공중의 사람이
There's a person floating in the air, in the air, a person floating in the air, floating, someone's up there just suspended in the air.
이거 진짜 무서워졌는데.
Okay, now I'm actually creeped out.
사람
That can't be
일리가 없죠.
a person.
그럼
Then that was...
설명할 시간이
What do you
있나요?
think
당장 물에
think
들어요.
we have enough time for a lecture? Prepare for battle. Wail of the Thousand Strains Mermaid.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
저놈을 쇼케!
합격장.
눈 감을 준비야.
점 찍었네.
이제 깨우치시게.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
꿈을 꾸러 가도
가까워진다. 항해의 끝.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못해. 이제 깨우치시게.
점 찍었네.
저놈을 쇼케!
가까워진다. 항해의 끝.
저놈을 쇼케!
늘어졌네 저거. 맞추기 가까워진다. 항해의 끝.
전투 응대에 나선다. 즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도
이제 깨우치시게. 오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
합격장.
이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
총원 돌격!
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
기세가 수그러지는 것. 반격의 기회다.
정 찍었네.
깨치시게.
완성되었네.
잘했군. 한놈 저놈을 추적해.
문감을 준비하고.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
So they were mermaids.
아마 파티에 너무 열중한 나머지
Yeah, sailing the ship. They're probably too distracted by the party to realize that they broke a law of the lake, so they end up getting devoured by a whale. And this deserted ship is the aftermath.
우리 배가 규칙을 어기지
If we stick to every single law of the lake, depending on the type of its waves, getting too close to a ship that broke the law could get us swept up in the aftermath. Your single lapse of judgment led to this chilling catastrophe. Remembered Ishmael looking into the lake, muttering to herself. Also remembered the rough, biting words she threw at us. Ew. This was the reality of the Great Lake that Ishmael survived before joining us. Seems kind of reminiscent of Death Stranding, doesn't it? A place where even the smallest mistake could mean total annihilation. A place where one must struggle endlessly to survive the terrible unknown. So this was the kind of path Ishmael sailed before joining us. If only I'd known. Maybe I could have been more understanding of her. Keep going back to my quarrel with Ishmael back at the boatworks. Can't stop thinking about it. We have dispatched the mermaids that descended onto the deck, but Lingane no longer may draw the rest of them to us. This party is over. Let's return to our ship. Agreed. We left the cruise ship as fast as we could. After an indeterminate amount of time, so we didn't find anything. Made the wrong call. Shouldn't have made such a rash decision. It's okay. At least we're still alive. That was that. Ishmael did say more.
그래도 물자는 더
It
챙길
is
수
fortunate,
있었어.
however, that we procured ourselves some ration for the journey ahead. Hey! The radar's caught something. It's large.
좌표의 중앙과 현저히
That
가깝네요.
is very close to the center of the coordinates.
그렇다면 이 점
That dot on the radar has to be
21구의 로봇
a modern court branch of District 21.
잠깐 밖에서 바람 좀 쐬고
I'm
올게.
going out for some air. Ishmael slowly returned to the spot by the ship's railings where she stood muttering to herself. For a moment, I wondered if I should follow her like I did earlier, but maybe she wanted some time alone to think about things. I decided to leave her be.
정신 꽉
Get your shit together.
감정을 내비쳐서는
Air your feelings from them.
내 단 하나의
I have a
목표를
mission I
이루기
must
위해
see through to the end.
작사를 그렇게
My
가라는
one and only mission. sharpened my harpoon for that singular moment. I have to be colder, harsher. I have a mission that I can't fail. And if anything even dares to stand in my way, I'll...
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
There it is. Our destination, the Lottery Corporation, the branch of U Corp.
파일럿이가 말씀하신
You think they're still there? The survivor's pilot mentioned? Unless aught has transpired since then, we still have time aplenty. And nope, not if it's covered in something like that. Kinda looks like an oil rig, too. As Sinclair and Yisang shared their thoughts, the large structure loomed ever closer, out of the mist and into our line of sight. Every sinner, save for Ryoshu, froze. That's the Lobotomy Corporation branch.
좌표 범위에서
As close as it is physically possible to be to the center of this area and delineated by the coordinates. The structure's size and appearance matched the intel we received as well. The sight was enough to shut everyone up. To hope that there may be any survivors in this structure was far too optimistic a notion for what appeared before us.
흰 물체들의 사이로 로보토미 코퍼레이션의 문양을 확인할 수 있다.
And observe the Lobotomy Corporation logo between the white materials. So that's really only the smeared logo of the Lobotomy Corporation branch glistened amid mounds of pallid, blasphemous white. This was the undeniable reality we found ourselves in. What the hell happened here? The pilot said that the last thing that the Twin Hook pirates said before leaving this place was, "The calamity is coming," wasn't it? This sight summons to my mind memories from the earlier days of this company. The manner in which the organic tissues are plastered of the walls is quite reminiscent of that experience. Back at the D Corp branch, right? There's no poison gas trap or anything like that in here.
당시에는 배신자가 있었던 것뿐이다. 이번 상황과 비교하기에는
At D Corp, there's a traitor in our midst. Thus, it would be false equivalency to use that experience to gauge the intensity of this mission. Yeah, I don't think it'll be much better here, if not worse. Then, pilot's team is already... should consider them lucky if they haven't been turned into mermaids. So the calamity that pilot mentioned didn't destroy the Lobotomy Corporation branch. It transformed this place into something uncanny. Something so grotesque that total obliteration would have been preferred to whatever happened here. Well, destruction isn't the only kind of calamity in this world. The Great Lake is home to 5 calamities. Well, 4 now, I suppose. Whatever do you mean? I meant that... you'll find out soon enough. No matter how careful you are, the Great Lake, the calamities will always find you. The laws of the Great Lake don't apply to them, making it impossible to predict their patterns. Now is the time to row your way into the ruins of the calamity left behind. Take the skiff to the Lobotomy Corporation branch. It's on the lake adjacent to this one. I'll be keeping my distance, watching from this lake, just in case of emergency. You know, I had mentioned the Odyssey earlier. So that big hole in the center of one of the lakes that I mentioned, by all accounts, Charybdis from the Odyssey would be a lot like one of the whales, aside from the fact that Charybdis didn't parasitize people, it just ate them. Ate them, their ship, and everything on the ship. Probably whatever else would get caught up in the whirlpool. I keep my distance and watch from this lake, just in case of an emergency. Isn't that exactly why you should be coming with us? Who knows what the guide bud's thinking, eh? After quick tinkering from Faust, the skiff tied to the side of Mephistopheles began slow descent. It's the same skiff we used to get to the cruise ship. I'm getting a lot of use out of this boat.
조망만 해서
I still don't trust this dinghy. It's too small. The small engine on the skiff revved gently, and our short, sputtering journey to the Lobotomy Corporation branch began. The lake's usually this foggy. Lake earlier was pretty misty too. We must remain vigilant. Fog depressions are climate quite ripe for an ambush. Forsooth, 'tis the #1 rule of adventuring tales. There's a growing sense of trepidation among the sinners. As we climbed the pale membrane-enveloped stairs leading up to the Lobotomy Corporation branch.
어때 단테? 황금까지 느껴져?
Hey, Dante, can you sense it? The golden bow? Not yet.
확실해?
You sure about that? Odia is visibly disappointed. Maybe she was half hoping that I'd tell her that the golden bow wasn't here, so we should turn around and head right back to Mephistopheles.
이런데 올 때마다
I'm the
내가
worrywart of the
유난 떠는
team
것 같긴
whenever we
하지만
gotta check out places like this, but
이번엔 좀더 기분이 안 좋단
I have a
말이지.
real bad feeling about this, guys. The closer we got to the entrance, the more reluctant the Sinner's gates became. As though they were growing increasingly wary that some unseen enemy could ambush them at any second.
뭐 하자는 거죠? 안 갈 건가요?
What's the holdup? Aren't you coming? Don't you feel it? This dread. Thought it'd affect you most. You're the one who spent years on the lake, after all.
그래서 안 갈 건가요?
So, that's what's stopping you? It's...
안 갈 사람은 여기에서
wait by the entrance if you're not going.
아저씨,
What did you expect, mate? I got up talking sensitive a while ago. I thought she'd gotten a bit more cooperative as of late. Guess I was wrong.
가긴 가야지.
Well, we do have to go. Ishmael appeared to be the only sinner uninterested in the Golden Bow. The Golden Bow, the unfathomable, bone-chilling horrors of the lake. I was starting to believe that she considered all that nothing but obstacles between her and her mission.
건물 전체를 덮고 있는 이 흰색 점막 같은 건 무엇이요?
What may be this pale mucus membrane covering the entirety of this structure? Some kind of mold, maybe?
같은 걸까요?
아이, 뭐
균류라고 하기에는
To identify it as fungi would require it to exhibit characteristics unlike the ones we could observe here.
내가
I agree, they don't appear to be fungi. In fact,
오히려
I think that some people stuck to the membrane.
살아있는 생체 조직으로 보이는 거야.
They appear to be made of organic living flesh. See the blood vessels here? They've grown into random shapes without purpose or intent.
어이가 없군.
Ridiculous. I'm surrounded by IF.
무슨 의미지?
What do you mean?
혼돈에서 피어난 자
Heart reliant on the
패턴이
chaos of
있을
existence
거라고.
cannot create patterns such as these.
전체를 봐라,
Look
멍청.
at the big picture, fool.
전체를 생각한다면 이렇게
Gazing
필요치
upon
않은
the big
단면을
picture, I can only see a
만드는
pointless disputation that does not waste our vigor.
그대들도
You do not
멈출
intend to
생각은
stall,
아니지
no?
않을까?
See thither. Ishmael already walks at a fair distance away from us. Yay. Dang, man.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Don Quixote has stopped dead in her tracks. She's looking blankly at a section of the wall.
흥미로운 거라도 발견한 거야, 꼬맹이.
See anything interesting, kiddo? Here, in the wall. Huh?
사람이 들어있어.
There's a person in this wall. Oh, you mean that one? Or maybe that one?
모형
Maybe it's a sculpture?
모형이 이렇게나
If
생동감을
there's
가질
anything
수
capable
있다면
of sculpting something so true to life as this, I'll drop everything and plead the artist to take me in as their student. Oh, no. Are they the people Pilot was looking for?
이보시오. 괜찮은 것인가?
What the heck is that look on his face? Looks like some of the hook parts didn't make it out either. Hark! Heed mine words!
거기에 말을 왜
Why
거는
the,
거야?
why the heck would you talk to it?
이것 보시오.
Behold, this man is alive! Oh, this is the worst. This is
이렇게
the
소화 안
absolute
되는 걸
worst.
느끼는 거
It's
오랜만이야.
making me feel queasy.
이보게들.
Hark, my friends! This man is alive! We must free him from this bond post-haste!
그러고 싶어도 이미
Even if we
늦은 것
wanted
같기도
to,
하네요.
looks like it's a bit late for him.
잘라내지 않고서 꺼내놓을 방법이 있나 싶은데.
Total disassembly is the only way I see it ever getting out of there. Heh.
뭐라?
What? By now we should be getting used to these failures.
단단히 벽에 박혀 있다.
Bodies from the lodged from the walls. Mere human strength could separate his body from it.
하지만 일반적이지 않은
With
힘으로
superhuman strength, he could risk tearing the body to several parts.
용서할 수 없는
Why? This is an evil that
소행이로군.
cannot go unanswered.
억지로 쑤셔넣은 흔적은 없어
Impressive. There's no
보인다.
sign of anyone forcing it into the walls.
아주 자연스럽게
This is quite a
전시되어
natural exhibition, as though this was how it was conceived from the very beginning. You mean it's fused with the walls? Instead of simply kind of enveloped in the membrane, stuck to the wall?
이번에야말로 구할 수
We
있을
thought
거라고.
it'd be different this time. We made a promise, gave our word. Like the other sinners, Ishmael didn't even spare a glance to those that were trapped within the walls.
관리자님,
Manager, staring at the magically summoned the golden bow to your palms. Say something so we can get a move on. I guess there's nothing we can do for them. Still,
저는 누누이
I've said
말했어요.
repeatedly that I don't want to
쓸데없이
waste
시간을 쏟고
time.
싶지 않다.
이곳에선 호수의 규칙을
You don't
신경
have
쓰지
to
않아도
worry
될
about the
텐데.
laws of the lake here, so why don't we make this a more leisurely...
둘러봐도 역시
Sure,
아무도
look
없는
around
게
all you
확실할
want, but you
테니까요.
won't find any survivors here.
여기 있지 않은가?
A testament against that claim is right here!
살아있는 척하는
Those things aren't
것들이잖아요.
really alive. They're only pretending to be.
하면
Yet,
이건 아무리
I
봐도
recognize
그것이고
these. The
그것이
ruin
지나간
left behind
자리에
by the thing.
멀쩡한 사람이 있을 리 없고
The thing that leaves nothing unchanged in its wake.
그것은
It
순식간에
could swallow the
모든 걸
world in the blink of an
집어삼키기도
eye, but also spews it back out just as quickly.
하지. 그리고
What it spews out
그렇게 토해내는 것은
never comes back right. Isn't it funny?
웃기잖아요.
It's going to spew it out anyway. What's the point of devouring it in the first place?
왜 마주하는 온갖 것을
I don't
다 삼키려고
understand.
하는지조차
Is it try to devour everything it comes across? Are you talking about that same whale you mentioned before?
그 어떤 모험담에도
In no tales of adventure have I heard one mention of such a terrifying whale. Is it truly a whale? Then why didn't you listen when I told all of you that we weren't ready?
마음가짐이라도
Did at least we could have been in the right headspace for the lake, but no. So you're saying that whale you met devoured this building?
네,
Yes. How can you be so sure of that?
그 고래가 지나온
Because this pale gloom is what that whale leaves behind.
하얀 모습으로 뒤덮이니까요.
Everything turns pallid, like this building.
거수자 발견.
I visual a suspicious individual. Maybe it's abnormality. We're in a lobotomy corporation branch after all.
그래.
Yeah, let's just say that's what it is. Chop it down.
잠깐.
Wait a minute. Might be a survivor.
뭐지?
Did you say there won't be any survivors left here? Which is it?
그래서
I did.
더 놀라워서
That's
그래요.
right. It's so incredible.
어이!
Hey! Ishmael, you shouldn't get so close to... Ishmael strides toward the figure.
이스마엘 씨가
Maybe she's being
뭔가
mind
환상체
controlled by
같은
an
정신적인
abnormality?
것을
그런 징후는 없었다.
No such signs have been detected.
지극히 평소와
There's nothing out of the ordinary in her eyes. The closer Ishmael gets, the more the figure's body is taken over by the pallid off-white membrane. The voice grows increasingly incoherent.
말도 안 돼.
That's impossible.
방금까지
Just now,
사람의 말을 하고
it was
있었어요.
talking like a human. Ishmael,
봤잖아요.
you saw it too. Just now, it... Ishmael, you have to get away from... No, this can't be real.
이럴 리가
What I've known my whole life is about this place is
내가 알고 있는 게
about the Great Lake. She
지금은
was
감정이
experiencing heightened
불과
emotions. Damn it, Ishmael! Could have asked one of the students to stop her, but before I even realized what I was doing, I was running toward Ishmael. I think it was guilt that pushed me to act. Guilt that I may have played a part in driving Ishmael to this point.
단테,
Dante,
그대가
he
나서서는
wasn't. Oh. But guilt can sometimes help. The figure's face shifted again when I approached Ishmael. The white membrane covering their face begins to withdraw, as though an unseen force is peeling it off the skin. The mouth didn't come back. The eyes that looked at us were unmistakably human-shaped. They were blinking with effort.
되돌아왔어.
The membrane is gone?
관리자님이 가까이
This-
다가가니까
You pushed it. This damn white membrane, it faded.
황금 가지에 의한 중화작용으로
It
보이는군요.
appears that the golden bough is counteracting its effects. Faust approached
달빛
us.
씨의 머릿속에
Dante,
있는 그
it
황금
appears that the
가지의
shard of the
조각이
golden bough lodged into your clock is counteracting
이
the
백화 현상을
infection of this
중화시키는 효과가 있는 것 같습니다.
politification effect to a degree. The figure whose mouth was still wrapped under a pallid membrane blinks wearily, as though they could understand what we were saying. Counteracting?
아니
Wait, so the golden bough.
이 인어가
A mermaid can turn back into a human.
다시
that
사람으로
what you're
돌아올 수
saying?
있다고
Did it get that right,
그런 말을 하는
Faust?
거죠.
Well,
충분한
that theory has
검증은
not been properly cross-examined.
가능성
Just tell me if it's possible. It was curt. I've never heard such intense desperation in her voice before. Yes. Though it may be limited to mermaids of the whale that presumably devoured the structure. Nature, Dante, just what are you?
꾸역꾸역
Realizing that there's something that I could have done. Memories of that day. The nightmare that I tried so hard to lock away.
자꾸만
Coming back right before my eyes.
저 고래에게
I could see them.
토해져버린
Vomited from that whale. Sinking, floating in the briny sea. All of them. Ishmael looked at me with a vacant expression.
당신에겐
You hear it too, don't you?
그날의 파도 소리
You hear how the waves roared that day. Ishmael was right. Emotions of the past began flooding, roaring before me. Ishmael stands alone in the sea of tall, rolling waves. I nodded carefully. Once,
저는
I was a
항해사였고
seafarer,
해결사기도 했고
a fixer,
사람이기도 했고
a sailor.
그 마지막에는
I was something in that awkward middle ground,
고래잡이라고 불렀어요.
which we called whalers.
아세요?
Do you understand? No. Do you see them?
모든 걸 걸고
Do you see the looks on the faces of those who dared to wait and wager everything?
것이 남아있지
Those who had nothing left to wager?
않은 태우고
Whaling ships carried people like that, like them across the waves. So, you've seen it yourself. The whale that devoured this place,
지금까지 우리가
the
만났던
whales we've met so far, transformed those they devour into something
아예
completely
자신의 것을
different.
재구성하여
Into something
바뀌게
utterly
만들죠.
unrecognizable from who they were before by rearranging and replacing their whole body.
하지만
That
그
whale
고래는
is different.
다 창백한 고래에게 삼켜진 이들은
Those devoured by the pallid whale aren't transformed.
모두 그 형태가
They're still themselves,
온전하게 남아있었어요.
just wrapped in a pale membrane. I guess it's a stretch to say that they're still themselves.
외곽을 향해 키를 조종할 때가 간혹 있었죠.
Sometimes we sail our ship toward the outskirts.
그
There we'd see those ships, those false ships, ships that have turned completely pallid. It's an old wisdom among whalers that those ships must be avoided at all costs, even if meant going all the way around the lake they're in. Because the sailors consumed by that whale retain everything. Their habits, their skills, except they wander the lake only to attack everything they come across. The captain of the Pequod, our ship, she had a mission. To hunt that pallid whale with her own two hands. The entire time we sailed on the Pequod, she sermonized our ears off about what a worthy, honorable mission was to hunt that whale. Ugh! It was annoying. We knew that she wasn't exactly all there, but no. Maybe she just knew how to sink the rest of us to the depths of her insanity. Her mission soon became our very own. To hunt that pallid whale became our salvation, our destiny. That captain drove everyone on that ship mad. When the time finally came to face that whale, the whale for which all hatred, all evils of the world spout, we were promptly crushed, devoured, reduced to a scattered pile of driftwood. And I came to, floating in the vast coldness of the sea, holding on to my dear life to a piece of driftwood. There was nothing left. Nothing. When I realized what I was holding on to wasn't a piece of driftwood, but that's why I could never forgive her. At a certain point, this stopped being a conversation. Ishmael's words grew increasingly aimless, like a vortex of the sea, endlessly whirling in place. Now it was clear what Ishmael's mission was, where the tip of her razor-sharp harpoon aimed. It was aimed at the captain that drove them all to damnation. An overwhelming tide of hatred and obsession burned fiercely in her direction. I'm going to kill her with my own two hands. There was no room for reason or rationality to convince her otherwise. I suppose bringing up that I saw from Ishmael's obsession. A glimpse of her old captain won't do anything to help right now. Ishmael, we don't even know if that captain is still alive. I was desperately hanging onto my best mate's coffin. The coffin of someone with whom I'd shared everything. That's when I, through the tempest, saw the captain. Saw that bastard standing alone, facing down that whale as it devoured her ship, laughing mad. Her fiercely loyal crew were floating on the surface of the outskirts sea, powerless to do anything but wait until they too were devoured. But none of that mattered to her. That bastard is alive. She has to be alive still. She has to be. So, I have to find her. We have to. Not before we kill the captain. Ishmael. I wanted to ask her which we she was referring to, but I was starting to think that nothing I say would improve anything if it didn't outright bring everything crashing down. That was when an imperceptibly light breeze broke through the silence. A solitary butterfly. Funky looking. It moved with grace, tinged with fragility, as though it did not fear the weight of this heavy silence. It took a moment to gently flutter onto a puddle. Yes, I could see that. You think any ordinary butterfly would wander into a place like this? Let alone have such a vibrant blue glow? After a quick respite, the butterfly fluttered its wings and took off once again. It's like the butterfly is asking us to follow. Isn't that abnormality? Finally, I was wondering when they'd show their ugly mugs. It might be a trap, but we're lost. It's the only thing with any sense of direction we have at the moment. I'm in agreement. I am also quite intrigued by the butterfly. Must be a certain effect that the butterfly has. Man. What do you think they're saying?
닿지는
I've been lending them my ear, yet none has yet to reach me.
일정한 규칙성을 띠고 있긴 하지만 해석은 불가능하군요.
You're speaking in a certain pattern, though I'm unable to decipher it.
일종의 부호 같은
It is a
느낌이죠.
code of sorts, a
음파와
mix of
암호
sound
패턴의
frequencies and
책을
encryption
활용하고
patterns.
있으니까요.
Don Quixote was at the far back end of the line, looking back at the figure.
정령
I suppose it is true that without Manager Esquire, there could be no resolution to that predicament. When I walked away, the pallid membrane grew over the face again, burying it. And it began to shamble. Is it as Ishmael said? Will they now roam the Great Lake, attacking everyone and everything they come across? Not only their physical senses, but also their sense of self, forgotten deep under the pallid membrane.
총원 불격! 이 작살은 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
If the name of the skill is anything to go by, the code that they're talking is Morse code.
총원 불격!
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
눈감을 준비하고.
And although I recognize Morse code, I have no freaking clue what the crap it's saying there.
총원 불격!
깨우치시게.
저놈 추적해! 잘했군! 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 잘했군! 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다! 쉴 새는 없다!
Interesting. I've gone up against Pallid Mermaids at the Mirror Dungeon before, and this really obnoxious passive that made it so that they heal the percentage of their health for each surviving Pallid Mermaid or something like that, that was still alive.
반격의 기회다!
As it just so happened, I was running a bleed team at the time, so I basically went for a sort of, well, attrition approach. Because, in addition to running a bleed team, I also had a number of, had a few ego gifts, as well as party members where they could stack up quite a bit of bleed count and bleed potency.
문병을 준비하고 꿈을 꾸러가다
이제 깨우치시게.
비뚤어졌구려.
저놈을 추적해.
가까워진다. 항해의 끝.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지. 목을 콱 물어버리자. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
보자 너.
이제 깨우치시게.
느려졌네 저거. 맞추기 쉽군.
기세가 수그러지는군. 반격의 저놈을 추적해.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
하.
합격장.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨. 기세가 수그러지는군. 반격의 기회다. 영원한 참으로 인도하지. 저놈을 추적해.
Impurity.
있을까, 위야?
엄청 추스리네.
이제 깨우치시길.
어머? 몰랐어?
완성되었나? 점점
The mermaids. I think there's less of them now. Someone stood there waiting for us. Must have arrived here much earlier than we have.
오시는들이 그냥 편치는 않았겠어.
Quite the arduous journey you've endured. The butterfly we were following folded its wings and settled gently into his sloshing head. What the frick? The figure's voice was clear and precise, unlike that of the mermaids. Not unlike an abnormality.
멀쩡한
I
생존자는
didn't expect to
없을
find
거라고
any
했는데.
unharmed survivors. No, wait, is he a distortion?
야, 시계 대가리.
Wait, Clockhead, you're friends with that bullhead?
아, 뒤틀림이면 그
A distortion? Like
똘망이네
that
닭집
Bing
사장
Bong
같은
Bars and Fries owner from earlier? I see that many of you are rather flummoxed by my appearance.
이건 세상을 받아들이는 방법 중 하나일 뿐입니다.
This is but one of the many ways one may choose to understand the journey that is the world.
그렇게 소스라칠 이유가
So please, do not be so wary. Oh, thy head splishes and splashes so!
별이 꺼진 하늘 아래에서
Under the night sky, where the stars have gone out, I wait the coming dawn. Huh?
림이라 불러주오.
Call me Rim.
통성명할 생각은 없으니 질문만 하도록 하지.
We're not here to introduce ourselves, so why don't we cut to the
이곳에
chase?
온 이유를 대라.
Explain yourself. You must have some reason for coming into this mad mermaid-infested
뚜렷한 이유 없이 온 것
place.
분명 시추선에 정박해
We
있는
didn't see any other boat
우리가 타고
than our
온
own
보트
by the docks of
단
this
한
structure.
척뿐이었다.
So explain how you...
내가 바다를 건너려고
I have no
한다면
need of ships should I wish to cross the ocean.
이것은
I'm simply here to have a look at all of you.
와, 인기가 많아진
Oh,
기분이
really
걸려.
starting to put our name out there.
그대들은
Here are those who follow the bow's golden ray.
그걸 알면서 우리를 보러 왔다는
Okay, if
건
you're here to see us, knowing what we're looking for.
설마 그거야?
No, wait, are you about to tell us where the golden bow is? It's nice that he's here to stop us from...
맞어.
Yes, indeed I am. Man, I'm really off my game.
가지를 이 건물 안에서 찾으려고
To seek the bow within this structure is to understand the futility of time. Dude, I'm pretty sure you're not some fake trickster, so speak plainly! I still can't sense the golden bow this deep into the branch. There was truth to what he said. The bow is no longer here.
그렇다면 어디로 가야 한다는 것인가?
Then to where must we journey?
끌리는 게
I'm certain that you are already aware that there are parties other than your own that are interested in the bows.
심지어
You have surrendered one to them after toiling for it, in fact.
어떻게 그것까지 아는
How do you
거죠?
know that?
원래는 외곽만을
The whale, once fated to roam the outskirts for all eternity, is now drawn by that same incandescent gilded calling.
황금 가지로 인해
You're saying that the whale came from the outskirts all the way to the Great Lake of Newcorp for the golden bow?
틀림없이
Quite, and swallowed the structure whole with that delicate bow.
여기에서는 환상체들
The abnormalities here have also left with that magnificent yet fragile whale, drawn by that self-same calling. What you seek is no longer to be found here.
그런 정보를 왜 저희에게 알려주시는
Excuse me,
걸까요?
why are you sharing this information with us?
황금 가지가 누구의
It matters not who lays claim upon the golden bow, or to what end they use it. It is no more than a mere fluttering of wings.
우린 단지
We simply seek to steer the echoes of that fluttering toward a better direction.
이끄는 것이지.
우리?
We?
누굴 말하는
Who
거지?
are you talking about?
모든 걸 지켜보며
We are those who watch all,
별의 주인을
those who bide the time, those who will be sovereigns of a star.
조금씩
Yet, we are those who cannot all embody the same star. A red mark briefly flashed on his head. I've seen that mark before.
지켜본다라.
Those who watch, you say. He's saying shot a silent gaze in Rim's direction.
린. 그렇다면 그대는
Have you also watched the breaking of the league then? Have you any idea of what fate has befallen our old fellows? I do. That you have done naught but observe.
이상 씨.
Is he one of your old friends, you say?
그대들도 잠시
Part of my life that you have witnessed afore.
구인회가 분열될
One of those who left when the League of Nine scattered into the winds.
내게는
You have last uttered to me that you would journey to the ocean yet. Indeed, I was one of them once. I shall answer your question, you saying. You ask whether I have done naught but watch. That is a question born of vacuity. For you, the League is dead, yet for some, its death was but a beginning. I am certain that you are well aware of that yourself. When does something end? When does something begin? The distinction is arbitrary and signifies not. The Shattered the League was a beginning for Brother Yongji as well.
그래.
I see.
그대는 일찌감치
You have cast it aside a long time ago. My eyes were simply opened to the stem of this world. The singular yet all-important stem. Once your eyes are opened to it, everything else becomes as hollow as the fall of wilted petals.
이거 하나만 대답해 주세요.
Very little what the guy is saying makes much sense, I'm gonna be honest. I just need to know one thing.
당신의 말대로
If the golden bough is inside the whale that devoured this place, and if the golden boughs can really
이 백화 현상을
somehow counteract the palification effects. Ishmael's breathing was quick and light. She couldn't finish her sentence. It can be said that indeed, what you believe, what you wish to be true is correct. I see. I hope I've been a useful signpost to you all. Not really.
다름 아는가?
About the only thing he's made clear is that, one, the pallid whale ate the golden bough, and two, that the golden bough can kind of can somewhat reverse the effects of palidification. That's it! That's not very useful. To where do you seek to depart again? I was once a mere pawn who only knew where the sea, the rivers, and the city were. Now I seek to reach there with my wings. That is all.
잠깐. 그런 정보를
Stop
아는
right
놈
there. You know too much.
보내줄 것 같은가?
Think we're about to let you leave just like that? Pity. Try as you might to hold me now, I flow betwixt your fingers. Well then. With that, he stepped into the puddle and disappeared into its depths.
저번에 약속한 거 안 잊었지, 죽은? 그 외에 임무를 성공적으로 100번만 수행하면 죽은? 설마 소유권을 벌써 다 쓴 거야? 근데 이건 약속이랑 다르잖아.
She's still going?
하루가 저물어가는 동안
5-35. Now. And 5-30 is the battle against Ricardo. It's gonna be a pain. Probably. I do have a plan for that particular battle. I might end up saving that for the next stream, though. But nothing says I can't at least make that level available. Well, I don't know.
하루가 저물어가는
가자, 죽이러.
전투응대에 나선다.
저놈을 추적해.
점 찍었네. 이제야 완성되었나?
전투응대에 나선다.
He's down.
이제 깨우치시겠. 이제 깨우치시겠.
No. I thought I was going to finish him off.
이 작살은 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
Effect still kicks in.
물어버리자. 이제 깨우치시겠.
Well, the effect of boosting sanity. Oh.
총원 불격.
놀랐어? 어머, 놀랐어?
합격장.
저놈을 추적해. 기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회다.
Nice.
먹을 콱 물어버리자.
이제 깨우치시길. 오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Well, it ain't that convenient. Oh shoot, that's right. Not particularly well suited for that because they're low level. Oh yeah.
나를 불렀나?
Oh yes, that's right.
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
There we go.
가스 점화. 엔진 시동.
Sure you've got enough talismans?
점 찍었네.
이 작살에 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
If only that dang fish wasn't such a pain in the ass. Fish, toad, whatever the crap it is. been able to work out a few things about how to make turn order and all that work out in my favor.
비뚤어졌구려. 점 찍었네.
Crap.
다음엔
선원들,
좀더 잘해보자.
나를 보호해라.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Seriously?
합격장.
기다려.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
Barber's got some moves.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
영원한 잠으로 인도하지.
Great, another spam bot.
내가 뭘 했어? 돌아와서 모조리 불태울 거라고 했잖아.
하루가 저물어.
How many ego shards did I have for Sinclair? 375. I can't really hope for much more than 12. Or wait, no, that's Don Quixote. Where the heck? There it is. Not bad. I just might get it. I should probably be able to get it by the end of Walpurgis Nacht. Inflict 10 burn. Dang. Quite the nuker. That's it. 40 plus SP, consume 20 SP into the volatile ego, wax and pinion state. This turn start effect does not activate repeatedly. 2 plus allies are defeated in a single turn, or and if this unit's SP isn't at minus 45 at turn end, reset SP to 20. Then enter volatile ego, wax, and pinion state. If both conditions are met at the same time, whichever condition that results in a higher SP goes to effect. I guess stagger due to damage or raise stagger threshold into recover from stagger. If the stagger is something that cannot be covered from naturally, this unit does not enter the volatile ego. Let's see, gain volatile passion in the volatile ego state. At 0 or less SP, enter the volatile ego wax and pinion state. Okay. So you need to have some ways of supplying SP to it. Okay, so it doesn't really seem to have any ways of replenishing sanity itself. Solemn Lament is one of the ones that can replenish Oh, I got that. As P of some of the other... There's another one for Yeast saying that's supposed to be able to do that. Oh, that wasn't it. Obviously. Okay, so it's Don Quixote. I don't suppose it was this one. Yeah, it wasn't. Okay, I thought that was Otis. That's Heathcliff, right? Yeah. Yeah, derp. What the heck was the other one? Let's see. Hello. Not sure why it's not responding. Okay, this is weird. Let's try that again.
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는 그저 서 있을 뿐이었어.
Okay. Okay. Not bad though. Ah, shoot. I don't think it's that one. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that one either. Oh. It is this one. 10 SP for one ally with least SP if they lost SP. Not very effective. Man, this game could really use some more means to replenish SP. SP for 4 allies with the least SP. Only heals 10. That would actually be better, I think. Definitely gonna need to thread spin that one up at least once by the time I get to Kanto 7. But that's something to worry about later. But as always, folks, thank you for watching, and peace and live with you this day and always. Take care.